Hello, cognitive. Cognitive, good morning. Hello, cognitive. Hello, cognitive. Good morning. Good morning. Hello, cognitive.
Hi, Mike. Roberto here.
Hey,
Long
morning.
time, but we have not been in touch.
Good morning. Are you
Buongiorno,
hearing me?
buongiorno. Where are you calling from?
From Ife.
From
Are you
Ife,
hearing
as
me?
usual.
Okay, I hope you are hearing me now. Yes.
So, I mean, I don't see Clara. I mean, I never see her face. I will be happy just to see her. Wow,
Yeah.
how many people we have today?
Up 19 signed on now, so number is
Tell me.
growing.
This is good.
I will check. Okay. Uh, yeah, so go to 20 now. Okay.
Good.
Uh, Hello, cognitive.
Hello, good morning, sir.
Yeah, good morning.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Is Miss Clara?
Yes, this is Clara
Ciao
Roberto.
Clara, buongiorno.
Ciao.
Could you switch
Good
on your
morning.
camera in order that finally
Oh,
I can see you?
oh, I'm
Uh,
sorry.
can you switch on the camera where you are so we can see your face?
Yes, okay, just a minute, please. Can you see me now?
Okay.
Hi.
Good morning.
Good
How are
morning,
you?
12. I'm fine, thank you, sir.
Yeah. Actually, I'm using this system for Zoom for the first time. I wasn't sure it's going to pick, so I had my phone on standby. Just in case the system is not working, but I think it's okay now.
Well,
Are
I
you
mean,
hearing me
Mike,
properly?
we just see your half face.
Okay, for me,
Now, much better now.
much better. Yeah. Okay, I've refocused it. I had to use my phone as a standby, but I think it's okay now.
Clara,
Okay, we have
how many people are registered, more or less?
Let me get the number.
we have 27 signed on already, but maybe there are some registered who are not yet signed.
There are some we have already shared the link this morning, so we are expecting more responses. Yeah.
So I think we get the full registration because some people are just registering and joining immediately.
I'm joining, yes.
Trying to go. How long is this fucking time? Let me see. Right. So can you just say something? I want to see if I'm without my earphone, whether I'm hearing.
Hello, can you hear me, sir?
Okay, fine. So I'm hearing properly now.
Okay. So maybe we'll give grace of another 6 minutes. We can start by 10:10. So to give people more chance to join the meeting.
Okay. I'm going to have another meeting at 11. So at 11, I will briefly and come back. Yeah, just for a few minutes.
Okay.
Just for about maybe 30, maximum 40 minutes or so.
Uh,
You're
Clara.
the first person. Yes, sir.
Well, Clara, it is important, but you remind our participant, well, I mean, to write questions in the
Okay.
chat, because when there are written questions, then we can elaborate on this. And also, please remind the participants to switch on the camera, because it is not pleasant just to speak to someone but I don't see his face. So thank you, Ayodele, for switching your camera. This is very much appreciated. Ahmad, I mean, so far there are only Rachel. Thank you, Rachel. You are very kind. Ngozi. Well, so I mean, people are starting. So, Michael, when you want to start, we are ready.
Yes, let me get this one off now that my system is working. Okay. Yeah, okay. So, good morning, everybody.
Good morning,
welcome
sir.
welcome to today's training workshop under the leadership of Mr. Roberto, who is engaging us directly and remotely. But you can see him very clearly, and we'd like to thank him for giving this opportunity. We welcome all those who have joined us, especially national contact points, but I can see that also some research leaders and those that got our invitation for a special program on food security and who also have been invited to join. You are all welcome. This is the Nigeria Contact contact point network for Horizon Europe and Erasmus Plus program. And this particular workshop is designed so I'm sure you have gotten the template that is sent by Roberto, is to equip NCPs with capability to be able to assist researchers in developing better grants and securing partners in particular. So it will be over the next 2 days. And in addition to the lead speaker, Roberto, we will bring in some other participants, other speakers who have had experience to share the experiences with you. Some will be this morning and the others will be tomorrow. Those who are able to meet the submission deadlines and had the experience. So we want to share their experience so that can assist NCPs in providing better guidance for research leaders. It's going to be participatory, and so we want you to, your questions and comments in the chat box so that this can be announced from time to time, and it can form part of the discussion. At the point, there will be question and answer in which you can do physical raising of hands. But before that, anything that's agitating your mind, please put it on the chat box so that it can be seen and it can be embedded in the discussion as we go along. We are expecting that maybe somebody from the European Union delegation in Nigeria will be here to say hello to us, but nobody now. Maybe towards the end, they will come on board. So in the meantime, welcome all those who have signed on. Right now, we are up to 43 who have joined this morning. We'll see how the number goes later today. So permit me then to hand over to Roberto to make his introductory remarks, and then those that are invited to join will be called in at the right time. I think very soon they will display the plan for today. You will find that there are several segments. So I invite you to please coast along with us and let's have a very fruitful engagement on this workshop. Roberto.
Bene, Michael, grazie. Thank you so much. My name is Roberto Carpano, and I am the team leader of these training courses targeting Nigerian NCPs and focal point for Erasmus+. I would like to thank you, Michael Faborod, because as NCP coordinator, he has been extremely important just for running of this course. We had a lot of consultation with him in order just to identify the best approach just to this course. Thank you to Cognity Advisory for organizing this platform. You can see Clara. Clara, could you please acknowledge yourself? She is Clara, and she is what I call the invisible hands, which are invisible, but they are tangible. So they are extremely important just for running of this training. The training will last 2 days. This means today and tomorrow. The last intervention is at 13:30 West African time, and then tomorrow we start again at 11 with the same timing of today. Few technical requirements. Please, if you have questions, I will be very happy if you can write the question in the chat. The reason is that for us it's important to have a record of question, because we will reply in writing to each questions. Of course, if you want to ask a specific question during our presentation, I will be more than happy just to answer to you. but please, for us is very important that you write questions in chat. And then also thank you to all of you who has switched on the camera. Online courses are could be very boring. So if I can see, I mean, I'm happy when I can see the face of Rachel, of Ngozi, of Yuna. I mean, this is for us extremely important. So I would like to start with the training objective of today. This is the third training courses we organize for Nigeria and NCP. And by the end of this training, what we will be happy is to focus on which is the best way on how Nigerian could participate and they could contribute to the application process. So in the previous courses, we have noticed that there are a lot of difficulties from the Nigerian side on how to apply and how to contribute to the application process of Horizon Europe and of Erasmus+. So the focus of this course is very detailed, is how to interface with European partners. So this is the reason why we will, I would like just to give you an outline of who are the speakers. The speakers of today is...
Sorry, Roberto.
Yes.
Are you going to share your screen so that I think you have the slides?
Yes,
or
yes.
should they share it from Cognitive for you?
Well, I mean, or Clara, can you do it for me?
I can share it.
Yes.
Right.
Just a minute.
So, well, I mean, I will present the speaker of today and of tomorrow, and then I will elaborate on why we chose this speaker.
Can you see my screen now?
No.
Double click to enter full screen mode. Can you double click on the so that it can take you to full screen? All right, okay.
No, well, I mean, sorry, Clara, could you please go back? Well, I mean,
put
go
it in
higher.
slides.
Gone ahead, okay.
Put it in slideshow mode and then go to the beginning.
No,
right,
go
to the
back.
beginning.
Next, down, please. Next.
Down.
Okay. Down, please, yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, okay, so what I mean, thank you. So the first speaker is
slideshow mode.
Yeah.
Click on slideshow.
Okay, maybe we'll continue while I do that.
Okay, anyhow, I will start when Clara could fix. So, well, I mean, the first speaker is an Italian professor, is Stefano Armenia. And Stefano Armenia, I mean, he was for an Italian university, and he is a regular guest to many Nigerian universities in Abuja. He will present to you his experience with the call Erasmus Plus Capacity Building, that program, and he will present his experience with syntax project. Why we asked to Stefano just to present this? Because we, on the basis of the previous courses and on the basis of the collaboration was that I did with Michael, we noticed that one of the main constraints of Nigerian applicant is to identify and to establish partnership with European partners. This partnership is relevant for Erasmus Plus, but is even more relevant for Horizon Europe, because as you know, Nigerian organization, they cannot apply directly, they cannot apply as a coordinator. So they can only apply as partner. So in the previous course, we presented this and we explained how to interface and how to catch and how to establish link with European organizations. So this is the reason why this course is important, because you will see and you will understand from Stefano how Stefano has been in touch with a Nigerian partner. And the second speaker is Mr. Olushola Odunsanya. Sorry for my pronunciation. And he's the CEO of NASETEM. And NASETEM is one of the organizations who has been in touch with Stefano Armenia, and they jointly presented a proposal for building that program. So this is the reason why it is very important just to understand which are the real difficulties that the project requires when a partner from Nigeria or from any other West Africa or from any other African country wants just to be in touch. So the key question is how to apply for a PIC number, or the other question is which is the best way in order just to write the presentation, or which is the best way to write the description of the activities. So, I mean, this issue will be tackled from two sides, from the European side, so obviously Stefano will focus on this, and from the Nigerian side. So this is the experience of NACHETEM. So this is, in my opinion, extremely relevant, because you will see the two sides of the coin, or the two sides of the app. Then today again there is I have the pleasure to introduce to you Mrs. Claire Herman. She is she's from the European Commission, and she will present which are the call from Erasmus Plus and which are the opportunities open to Nigeria. Because the second constraints we noticed during the presentation is that sometimes Nigerian has difficulties in understanding which is the timing and of the publication of calls. So Claire will focus on this. Then in the second days, we have Mrs. Helena De Vita. This is extremely important because she works for a Spanish startup which has been created within the Health Institute of University Carlos III in Spain. And she already, the organization apply to a call which was launched by EDCTP, which is a foundation which works with funding from EU in the area of health. Now, the reason why I'm so happy to have Elena here tomorrow, it is because Elena will present to you how she established the first link with Nigerian organization. And I don't want just to anticipate, because this is something that she will mention to you, but she will explain to you that a Nigerian professors has get awarded a scholarship just from the Spanish government, and she went to Madrid, and they work hands on hands with Elena, and hands with Elena. So they develop a sort of professional collaboration, professional links, and that was extremely important because on the basis of this first contact, they were able just to present and to award a call in the health sector funded by Horizon Europe through this EDCTP. But then Elena will focus and will present on this. Then I will present a twinning program. Thank you, Michael, and thank you, Clara, just for sending to me. And the name of this twinning is Improving Food Security and Food System Using Climate Smart Technology for Enhancing Value Chain in Nigeria. And then I will present to you this one by explaining why is important and how could the NCP could be involved in this kind of twinning. Then the last intervention is the chemistry of brokerage events. This is again a presentation made by an Italian professional. Brokerage events are both physical and online, and they are organized by the Commission by the European Commission, in order that you have the possibility to meet and to build your partnership. So this issue of the brokerage event, it is something which is extremely important because one of the concerns we have experienced is how Nigerian organization could identify European partners. So by listening to Christian Violi, you will understand all the challenges related to this aspect. So this is the menu of today and the menu of tomorrow. We are expecting this is extremely important just to listen and to ask questions. I would like to tell you something more. Well, I mean, there are always a sort of gray area when we speak about training courses, and the question is, does training courses are really useful? Does training courses provide a change? Does, in other words, does there is something new which happened after the course? And my answer is yes, of course. And I would like to say why yes. And I would like to provide you some tangible example. For example, after the two previous training courses, Stefano Armenia has been in touch with Olushola, and they presented a call in the previous speaker, a call to Erasmus Plus. In the previous course, there is a gentleman from Madrid University who has been in touch with one of the speakers, one of the Nigerian speaker of the previous course, and I don't remember her name. She was working for Elizade University, and they jointly presented a
That's
project.
Dr. Olayinka.
Yes, thank you, Michael. So they jointly presented a project in reply to a call of Erasmus Plus. Then there is another NCP, which is Margherita Trestini. She is an Italian. So, well, I mean, she also presented, I think, well, I mean, 4 or 7 calls. So I'm telling you this because this type of event are extremely important in order to not only to learn, but also just to understand ties and contacts with your organization. So this is the reason why it's important, but you listen Stefano Arminia and his story. It is important that you understand why Olushola has been successful, and of course, which are the difficulties in the implementation process. And also you listen and you understand the experience of Elena De Vita from Madrid. Now, there are few questions. For example, Samuel asked me, does Erasmus Plus funds PhD research? Yes, of course, but ask this question to Stefano, because Erasmus Plus is very, very large. So there are many possibilities, there are many projects, and this is just one of, but the answer is yes, provided that there is a dedicated call. So again, the answer is always you have to see both the calls which is available, and understanding if within the calls there is the possibility to apply for a PhD. But again, Samuel, where is Samuel? I don't see Samuel.
Samuel at Cognitive.
I would like to see the face of Samuel.
Oh, I think he'll be coming on board later. And that's Odusoya.
Well, I mean, because Samuel.
No, he
No,
said
no.
Samuel, not
Well, I mean,
Olushola.
Samuel is
No,
here.
it's Samuel Odusoya, the director of NACITEM. That's the one he's asking after.
No. Well, I mean, Samuel Hebdo Dage asked me a question, and I wonder if Samuel is online.
No, it must be. Let me see the chat.
Okay.
I think you just go ahead.
Well, I mean, I replied to Samuel to the benefit of all the participants. Yes, it is possible to apply for PhD funds, but also what is important is that each embassies of the European Union member states, so the Spanish, the French, they also have scholarship. So, and as I mentioned to you before, all these projects managed by Elena De Vita started with thanks to a scholarship, because some Nigerian organization went to Spain, and so they established this kind of link. Adenike Emeke asked me, for those who are retired from university, what opportunity you have. Well, I mean, you have the opportunity to work as a consultant, and you can work for an NGO. And then for those who have an NGOs and center, how can they benefit from Erasmus? It is important that you read the application point and you understand whether whether or whether NGOs are eligible. But well, I mean, in general, there are two main families of calls under Erasmus Plus. One is Erasmus Plus Higher Education, where the participation is limited to universities, and then there is another strand of Erasmus Plus, which is the strand for VET. So this is in short. Then I will reply in writing to all the other questions. Good morning to Gregory. I'm always happy to have Gregory online. We met already during the previous course. So does there are any specific questions that you would like to ask before giving the floor just to Stefano Armenia?
Is there any question? If we have any question, please let's raise our hands.
Yes. Okay. Well, I mean, so there are no questions. Is Stefano online, Clara?
Yes, Stefano is here.
Okay, so please give the floor to Stefano, and in the meantime, I will reply to just to the written question. So Stefano, buongiorno. Thank you.
Buongiorno.
Thank you for your time. Stefano is associate professor at the Italian University line, Florence, and also is involved in this Italian chapter of the System Dynamics Society. Before I met Stefano by chance in Abuja at the MCU, and so I was asking, well, I mean, how it is possible that, well, I mean, my question is, are these Italian gentlemen everywhere in the world? So it is important just to establish links. And Stefano was there because he was invited by this university just to deliver a lecture, and on the basis of his presence there, then he was capable then just to develop networking with Nigerian organizations, and then he presented the syntax project. So I leave the floor to Stefano. Please, if you have questions, do not hesitate, because it is not easy just to establish links with reliable and knowledgeable European organization, as this is the case. Sorry, Stefano, there is Ngozi Eunice who has a question for you, or for me. Eunice. Clara, could you give the floor to
please.
just to Ngozi?
All right.
Yeah, good morning. Good morning from Nigeria. Good morning.
Sorry, Ngozi, I don't see your face.
Okay, you'd like to see my face?
Yes, I will be happy.
Okay, I'll show you my face.
Yeah.
Is it visible now?
Yeah, this is much better. Yes, Ngozi.
All right. Okay. So I just want to say hello to yourself and to Professor Stefano. He was in our university just about 2 weeks ago. And I had discussions with him concerning a proposal I was developing. Prof, this is to say that, yes, I'm still on it, and I'm glad you're here. After your presentation, could we chat offline so that I'll send you what I have? And can I send what I have drafted already to you?
Yes, no worries. You can send it to me offline, but of course, maybe we can discuss this in another venue.
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
Well, I mean, Godzi, thank you. Well, I mean, now we just focus on our presentation. Stefano, you have the
Okay.
floor.
Can I stop sharing this so Stefano could have the floor?
Yes, stop sharing so that Stefano can.
Okay, I can
share
share
his
my screen, right?
Okay,
Okay,
yes.
that's good. Okay, so I'm going to share.
Thank you for coming. See you again.
Thank you. My pleasure. So this one, and I guess I'll share also this one. Okay. Now, I'm starting my presentation with a few slides. Actually, I see, Roberto, that you envision a 1 hour conversation, but I'm not sure.
No, sorry.
Okay.
You have 20 minutes
20 minutes.
presentation plus more or less about 15 minutes questions and answers.
Questions and answers. Okay. No, because I saw 10:40, 11:40, so I was scared.
This is too much.
That maybe my presentation was a bit underdimensioned. Anyway, yeah, well, these are my contacts. I'm just giving you, many of you don't know me, so I'm sorry, I just have to present myself very, very quickly, if you don't mind, and then I will jump into the details of my presentation. But anyway, the description of what I do and what I have done also describes what we do in terms of European funded projects. So at the moment, I'm okay. This is a bit outdated because I am an associate professor teaching organizational change and organizational behavior. I have a PhD in management and industrial engineering and a master in business engineering. I had a degree in systems and automation engineering initially. And, I've moved basically from the engineering field to the economics and organization field over my, let's say, career. So I'm a member of this Italian, well, actually, I'm the president of the Italian chapter of the System Dynamics Society. The System Dynamics Society is an international organization residing in the United States. Trying to promote the uptake of systems thinking and system dynamics. Why am I saying this? Because actually systems thinking and systems dynamics is also at the core of many of the activities that I've always done in my research, promoting systems thinking and system dynamics into several European funded projects, like mostly Erasmus+, but also Horizon. And this was also the core of a proposal that we presented, the syntax proposal, as Roberto was mentioning. Okay, I have, let's say, an experience in, well, about 25 EU research projects. I'm deeply involved in writing research articles, and I have to say that the fact that I've been working on many European funded research projects have given me the chance to increase my scientific production, which I think is an important aspect for all those who have a research career. So European funds can boost your productivity in terms of research articles, books, etc. And this is very interesting because I saw some questions related to funding a Master of Science or PhD. Well, not directly. There are some, of course, measures oriented at funding young researchers or young professors, etc. But these are usually the ERC grants, which are something else. Well, still connected to research projects and research funds, but slightly different from Erasmus Plus and Horizon Europe. Well, this has given me, of course, the chance to increase not only my research productivity, but also my research profile over the years. And I haven't been doing only research in my life, and this is what has contributed to the fact that I was able to, in a versatile way, produce not only research, but also applied research. And this is contextualized by the fact that I've been working for several public administrations in Italy, and also for some important system integrators in Italy, which has given me the chance to have an overview of the full life cycle of projects, especially when you deal with industrial projects, I would say. Okay, this is just a link to the System Dynamics Society that I was telling you before, and this is the Italian chapter of which I am the president. Of course, these slides will be provided, I guess, to you by Roberto and Cogniti, I suppose, right, Roberto?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, so just after this brief introduction, which I think was due just for you to get to know who I am and what I do. Why am I here today? I'm here because I've recently started some research and scientific relationship with Nigeria. And I have to say that I found it very stimulating and interesting. The first moment I was in Nigeria was in November 2024, and this is where actually I met Roberto. It was a very quick meeting. We just exchanged quickly our references and then got in touch afterwards. I have to say with great satisfaction, and I'm happy that in a part of the world where I would never have expected, of finding another Italian, indeed, I found Roberto, independently of the fact that he is Italian, of course. So
Thank you, Stefan.
Sorry.
Yeah, what I mean.
Yeah,
Yes.
So on November 24 in Abuja at the African University of Science and Technology, I held this conference on the use of systems thinking and system dynamics for policy researchers and policymakers. This was a collaboration with NASETEM and the System Dynamics Nigerian chapter, which I tried to promote. Just for you to understand, you probably might have noticed in some previous slides that I've been a member of the System Dynamics Society Policy Council, and also vice president for SIGs and chapters activities. So it is strong for me the need to support local chapters of the System Dynamics Society. And indeed, several years ago, we promoted the work of a young Nigerian student to attend the System Dynamics Society, and this returned somehow in the contacts that he favored with the System Dynamics Nigerian chapter and also with NASETEM. So this is just a story to say that when you do good at one point in your life, it always comes back. After this first collaboration and after getting to know Roberto, but most of all, after starting an excellent collaboration with NASETEM, with which we have been into discussion in the month of December in order to understand how we could collaborate. I proposed NASETEM to, submit a proposal on the upcoming Erasmus Plus capacity building for VET, which was expiring at the end of November 2025. And so we submitted this proposal, the syntax proposal, which is a 400,000 euros budget over 36 months, which include several Nigerian partners like NASETEM, the National Board for Technical Education, NBTE, the African University of Science and Technology, a company with their premises in Lagos, who is named Apodisi, and 3 VET schools. And then, of course, 3 European partners, which is mandatory, of course, for this type of proposals.
Sorry, Stefano, can I ask a question?
Yes, sure.
Well, I mean, you said before we presented a proposal. Could you detail who did what? Because, it is important. Well, I mean, when we speak about consortium, I mean, there is always a very vague and general concept, but considering that we want really that our participant understand who does what. So on the basis of your experience, which was your role and which were the difficulties that you were confronted with? I don't want to ask you details about the big number, but well, I mean, it is important that you really share how, I mean, how was the presentation process just for this vet call?
Yeah, so the rest of my presentation is indeed on this. So
Okay.
this was just an initial, but I will come back to this. I will introduce some general considerations, and then I will move back to the contextualization of this specific project. This was just an introductory,
good,
let's say, slide on the recent experiences that I had in Nigeria. So the three EU partners were the Metropolitan College, the coordinator from Greece, which, by the way, has already several relationships with Nigeria and hosts around 60 or 70 Nigerian students each year at their premises. Then the System Dynamics Italian chapter and the Italian University line, my university. Then from March 11th to March 13th, I came back to Nigeria. Well, now I'm in Italy, so I went back to Nigeria. In the week 11th, 14th, more or less, I held a capacity building program on the use of systems thinking and system dynamics for policy researchers and policymakers, always in collaboration with NASATEM, basically building on the conference we did on November. And basically, I was able to train around 60, 70 attendees. In my recent visit to Nigeria, I was also able to establish several contacts with other Nigerian partners, in particular with the Lagos Business School, with the American University of Nigeria, AUN, IOLA, the NIPS, the NAEC, which is the National Center for Atomic Energy, with the Newborn Ministry for Livestock Development, and also with the National Council on Climate Change. Now, let me just ask if the basic assumptions for today, for my presentation today, are confirmed. I would like to just briefly ask everyone, or let's say, I would say that if you don't say anything, it means that you know all these things. But if you don't, please, I'll try to give you a very quick hint on what these things are. So I am assuming that everyone is familiar with the general structure of a EU proposal, like with the fact that there is generally an administrative part, an administrative section, a consortium description, a technical part, and a budget and Gantt, let's say, part. So these are generally the main parts of a European proposal. And that everyone has a basic knowledge about the following project management concepts, like what is a work breakdown structure and its related work packages, what is an organizational breakdown structure, what is a Gantt, which is a timetable of the scheduled activities, what are milestones and deliverables, and what is the effort in terms of full-time equivalents and person month values. So if there is any doubt on this, of course, I would be glad to give a brief explanation. Otherwise, if not, it looks like everyone is familiar. So maybe.
Well, I mean, Stefano, just sorry, just for your information, we carried out several online training courses on this.
Okay.
So I assume that at least general understanding is available. Then one thing is to know, another thing is to apply. But anyhow, but there is one of the participants who would like to say something? Someone was speaking before?
Well, I think it's better at the end so that
Okay.
Maruf.
can proceed seamlessly.
Maruf.
Maruf raised his hand.
Yes.
Yeah.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Thank you for the opportunity. Good morning, Professor Stefano. So I was just wondering, maybe it will help if you could just say maybe one or two words, maybe two sentences on each one of these categories. That will help, the participant here, so that we don't just assume that everybody understands what he's saying. Thank you.
Let me do it very quickly then. So generally, well, the general structure of a EU proposal, there is an administrative part where basically every partner inputs their basic administrative information. So who is the legal representative, who is working on the project, the address of the premises, very general administrative parts. The PIC number, which of course is generally needed in order to jump on board on any European proposal. Then there is the need to, following the the partner information form, which is generally provided to the coordinator, there is this consortium description. So a section where all partners are described with reference to their competencies, their experience, their staff, etc. Then there is the main part, which is the technical part that describes the project. What is the project? How the project is carried out? What is the breakdown in terms of all of the activities and the sequence of these activities, including an initial part of very important contextualization with reference to the project idea and the priorities and objectives of the specific call. And then, of course, you have to define a budget and a Gantt, which is actually also known as the chronoprogram or timetable of the various activities. Okay, so these are items that have to be there when you produce a European, I would say every project, but anyway, of course, in Europe, you need these parts. What is a work breakdown structure? Actually, a work breakdown structure is the breakdown of the work that you have to do in order to produce what you want to produce or realize or implement with your project. And work packages are the various bits of work. So, for example, if you need to build a bicycle, you might have several work packages which are, produce the framework, produce the wheels, produce the other stuff like brakes or gear changing device and all that stuff. Plus you have another work package which is the integration of all this to make a bicycle. Okay, so basically there are several differentiations of aggregated work in terms of similarity, which then contributes to the final implementation of the project. Milestones and deliverables. Well, deliverables basically is what you're going to deliver at the end of each work package. In the example of the bicycle, for example, the wheels, once you produce them, the final wheel is the deliverable of that work package. Milestones are particularly important moments in the life of a project. So, for example, when you have to produce reports to the European Commission, in general, there are some specific milestones for this, or even some technical milestones. There might be technical milestones or reporting milestones or financial milestones. The effort actually is the amount of work that your organization is going to put on the project. So Maruf, if you're working full-time, 8 hours per day, this is more or less the amount of work that we Europe, I don't know now but actually I assume it's more or less the same. Then 8 hours per day of one person is considered to be the full-time equivalent. So the equivalent of a person working full-time. And actually, the person month value is the amount of money that that person costs to its organization. And that's generally used to define the budget of an organization in a project. Just as to say, if your organization is working for an equivalent of 3 or 4 or 10 person months in a project, that 10 person months is multiplied by the average amount of the person month value. So, for example, I don't know, if your overall value is 1,000 euros, I'm just saying, I don't know what is it, but if it is 1,000 euros and you're working for 10 months, then you're bringing to the project an equivalent of 10,000 euros. You understand? Because your person month is valued 1,000 euros. And if you work for 10 person months, then at least you have 10,000 euros of budget. Then there might be also other resources. If you consider that, for example, there are other resources working with you and that the overall amount of, okay, you're working for NACETEM, I know. So if NACETEM overall effort for the project is, for example, 40 person months, and the average value of the person month for NACETEM is 1,000 euros, then the overall budget value for NACETEM would be 40,000 euros. Okay. I hope this clarifies a little bit these points.
Yes, it does. But before you go on, Ngozi raised her hand. Would you like to ask a question in relation to what you just explained?
Yes, if it is a question strictly related
Ngozi?
to this, we can answer. Otherwise, maybe we can collect them and have them at the end.
It's a very brief question related to consortium description.
Yes.
I just would like to know, my idea is that what my understanding is that this description has to do with the organization itself. But the individual partners, like I know that you'll be required to list the experts, both national experts and European experts and institutional experts. Do you include the individual?
Well,
Hello?
generally speaking, each organization gets described into the consortium description. And of course, each organization can eventually present not only the people working inside the organization, but also any eventual experts that they want to include. Then that has to deal also with the way you're going to pay those experts, which makes things a little bit more complicated, because sometimes if they are external experts, you might need to pay them as subcontractors. But I don't want to delve into this because it might create some...
Yes, please, Stefano. What I mean, do not enter too much into these details.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, but what is important is which are the difficulties that you were confronted with Nigerian organization when you transfer these concepts?
Yes. So that's what I'm going to to deal with in the next slides. So in general, when you present a European proposal, especially those who don't have experience, they may see it as a mountain that they need to escalate. But although EU projects are articulated, they're not complicated. Of course, it requires some experience. It requires some project management competencies, which I absolutely suggest every Nigerian partner to have at hand. Very important, you need to start from a clear idea. So the initial idea has to be clear. Otherwise, it's going to introduce some unclarity in the whole process, which I'll tell you about in a moment. That idea needs a breakdown into various implementation steps, like the work package that I told you before. And of course, you need the identification of the proper partners for each of those implementation steps. Very, very important is that all these needs to stick to the core requirements, to the core objectives and priorities, and also to some formal consortium requirements. So in general, there is no need to invent, because the cold fish explains everything that you need to know in terms of priorities, objectives, impacts, expected impacts, etc. And also in terms of formal consortium requirements. For example, in the capacity building vet that we presented, we needed to have at least 2 member states involved, which were Greece and Italy, and at least 1 sub-Saharan country. And indeed, we chose to delve into Nigeria. What is the general process for submitting a proposal? Well, the idea generator, which is not necessarily the coordinator, produces a concept note with a project idea, as I told you before. Generally, he submits this idea to an initial number of partners in its network. Usually there is a first meeting to discuss about the project idea and to determine any refinements needed, or even who would be other consortium members that are currently missing. Then, of course, there is a I'm sorry, I'm a bit cold. There are contacts with other potential consortium members by sending out the concept note, or the revised concept note. And once the consortium is set and the coordinator has been identified, the coordinator launches a first email, eventually calling also for a meeting where the process of drafting the proposal, the roles, etc., is explained. And then the proposal development starts. This is exactly what we did with the syntax proposal. So we started by contacting NACETEM, and also by contacting other European partners. In particular, we had a network of partners, which included the Metropolitan College, who is expert in VET, and is also a VET provider. So one of the requirements of the code.
Sorry, Stefano, can I ask you a question? How did you establish your first contact with NACETEM?
Well, the first contact was in basically in the conference in Abuja. Well, actually, it was before, because I got in contact with the Nigerian chapter of the System Dynamics Society. And then inside the Nigerian chapter of the System Dynamics Society, there were some members of NACETEM. And inside that network, which is, as I said, an international network, I had this first contact with NACETEM, and everything started from there. I would say that everything started, as I said at the beginning, from the funding that the Italian chapter of the System Dynamics Society gave to this Nigerian student 5 years ago, which ultimately created, all these contacts also with the Nigerian chapter. Through the Nigerian chapter, we got in touch with NACETEM. Through NACETEM, we got in touch with APODC and the National Board for Technical Education. And then through our own contact in Greece, the Metropolitan College, who is a very experienced also partner, we got in touch with some VET schools that they were already collaborating with, in particular from the church, from the Don Bosco environment.
Thank you, Stefano. Grazie.
You're welcome. Yeah, no, they're very useful questions because they help to contextualize. So, as I explained, what generally are the documents to be presented? Well, in the inception phase, the concept note is fundamental. The consortium aggregation is important, and also an initial budget negotiation. The initial budget negotiation, usually, we will see this in a following slide, is orientatively done by the coordinator or the idea generator. Then Once we enter into the proposal development phase, here we have those sections that I told you about. So the administrative forms, which is part A, the technical part, which is part B. There is also sometimes a part C, which is not always requested. In the syntax proposal, it was requested because it included some additional details on training for Erasmus Plus and even other ethical aspects. You need, of course, a budget breakdown, which is connected to the work package description and the work package breakdown. So very important to have the amount of work in each work package so that it is then easy to aggregate the budget. The Gantt chart, which is the timetable of the project, and also the CVs of the people, of the staff that is going to take part into the proposal. Of course, this is just for initial evaluation. We know that some people might change job, they might move to another organization, but generally speaking, those CVs are needed just also to show that the commission that there are competencies also in terms of people inside the organization. However, sometimes there are some weaknesses in the documents that I told you about. In particular, quite often concept notes are not presenting a clear idea. They're not connected to the cold fish requirements. So they're not addressing properly the required objectives, the priorities, and the expected impact of the proposal that you're going to set up. Sometimes consortia are also aggregated on the fly, which means, oh, I need this partner very close to the deadline, and you're not very able to find the right partner for the requirements you have in the proposal, and so with low matching. So this is generally solved by starting working ahead of time and not too close to the call expiry date. Part B, which is the technical part, sometimes does not have a well-addressed context, which is very important. The context that describes, the general context. For example, in the syntax proposal, we described the general context of vet training in Africa, vet training in Nigeria, and in particular, the current requirements from the Global Compact for Nigeria, the European Commission priorities for Africa, Sub-Saharan Africa, and Nigeria, and so on and so forth. So it was a very, by the way, interesting activity of finding out what is the context of vet education. And most of the times when you do this process, you get a lot of useful information. So studying and describing the context is very useful, not only because the commission understands that you have a clear idea of what you're going to do because you know the context, but it's also very useful for you aggregating the proposal because you learn a lot of what you're going to work on. Also very important is the need to rely on experienced partners for the sections of management and dissemination. Also because most of the times this section, if you have experienced partners, they already know how to deal with them very quickly, apart from the dissemination that needs some, let's say, pinpoints that are specific for the project. But generally speaking, the management and dissemination are consolidated also from the experience of several partners. As I also mentioned, the work packages need to provide a clear breakdown of activities explaining who is doing what and what are the outputs and the related deliverables. And the budget has to be clear and well connected to the activities. Also, the provided templates from the European Commission help a lot in doing this. So the suggestion here is to learn how to use those templates because they are very, very useful. Just let me show you quickly, if I may, the template of the syntax proposal. This is the technical description, part B. I don't know if you can see my screen. Yeah.
If you can make it a bit bigger, this is
Yes, probably you're right. It's a bit small. Okay. So as you see, those templates are very structured. This is the relevance section, where there is the background and the general objectives. And you see here in the gray part, they guide you in doing, several investigations. So describe the background and the rationale of the project. How is the project relevant to the scope of the call? How does the project addresses the general objectives, and so on and so forth. And as you see here, several CEDEFOP, OECD, ILO, UNESCO, World Bank, and everything reports were analyzed with several, links. We introduced also some, graphs in order to provide a clear idea of what was the addressed topic. Also reference to the contextual Agenda 2030 in Nigeria. So the contextualization part was very important. Okay. And also we introduced what was the topic, which was training VET on systems thinking and system dynamics in order to produce systems thinking and system dynamics based curricula. Several references, of course, to the UN Global Compact for Nigeria as well. So basically, at the end, you are able to clarify through the contextualization where your project fits into those priorities and those requirements for the call, and how those priorities are addressed by your project. Okay. Then there is a section on needs analysis and some specific objectives, where basically you say, okay, given what I told you before in the initial part, I'm going now to tell you what are the needs that I'm going to address because I have analyzed them. And so following those needs, how am I going to define specific objectives for this project? And this is what we do. Basically, we analyze the general challenges and gaps, and then we define some specific objectives by, providing also a very synthetic way also of measuring those objectives. This is also very important.
Sorry, Stefano, could you make an example of needs?
Yes. So it depends really, of course, on what is the topic addressed by the call. But in particular here, we address the challenges and gaps in Nigeria's VET sector. And so we identified what were these general challenges, which automatically turn to the needs of the VET education for Nigeria. Okay. So given these challenges, which are basically the needs, we defined what were the specific objectives, which are not these. These are the structural and operational challenges. We described the specific objectives. So, for example, enhance innovation in vocational education and training programs. This is addressing these specific challenges, the grand challenges and the specific challenges, which were described here. Okay, so grand challenges: need to enhance the education system in general, need to address social issues like gender inequality, inclusion, corruption, etc. Need to integrate the training on horizontal skills, need to adapt to changing skill needs. Then structural and operational challenges were outdated curricula and poor alignment with market needs, weak institutional capacity and strategic misalignment, limited policy coherence and stakeholder engagement, and regional and gender disparities. Okay, following these challenges, which translate into the needs, we described some specific objectives, and in particular, how to measure the fact that we reach those objectives, which is very important. Then there is a section of that requests to describe any complementarity with other actions and innovation in terms of other initiatives that have been carried out or that are currently being carried out in this specific context. Then you move to the quality. So after contextualizing the context and what you want to do, then you move to the project design and implementation. So basically you describe the concept and the methodology for the implementation, like, you know, the various phases of the project and what are the activities that, are carried out in those phases. Okay. So for example, here, first phase, preparation, second phase, implementation, third phase, capitalization. I'm not going into the details, otherwise we should read
Yes.
all the proposal.
Sorry, Stefano.
Yes.
Another question, and could you please explain to us who wrote this? Well, I mean, who wrote this application? Were you alone, or did you do it based on the contribution from the partner?
So in this specific, so this is something that I'm also telling in the various slides of my presentation. It really depends on the timing and also the approach that you have when setting up the proposal. In this case, time was very short. And
as usual.
Yeah, as usual, but not that as usual, because sometimes there are some let's say interesting experiences, especially with collaborative approach, that are very, very good. Usually in this case, the coordinator talks to the various partners, gets the information, and then, you know, basically writes down most of the proposal. I'm not saying all, because there are several parts where the contributions can be done in parallel. Like, for example, we did with NACETEM. So NACETEM was very active in providing us with lots of information. Also the coordinator, but basically it was me drafting this proposal. So the coordinator, the Metropolitan College, gave me a lot of starting points for the context analysis, which were very useful in order to produce a very good context analysis, I think. NACETEM, on the other hand, provided a lot of help into the definition of the initial concept note, into the following revising, also into the analysis of the context. And then some other partners like Apodissi provided contribution when dealing with their own work package. So I would say that 60% of the work was done by me, let's say, by me and my university, and also my association, so SciVic and Yule. I would say 20%, 25% by NACETEM, probably 30% by NACETEM, and then 10% by the other partners. But still,
sorry, can I ask you? I mean, I ask you another question.
Yeah.
How much important is the contribution from local partners to gain or to have an higher score? Well, I mean, I'm telling you this because it is important that our participants understand that if you want to get finance, it is important that this writing exercise is done hands in hands with the European partners, because otherwise the quality of this project will remain low. And considering that there is a very high competition, it is important to look for quality in this kind of application process.
Let me say that there is probably some difference in effective writing and the knowledge elicitation. So the knowledge elicitation has been done pretty much collaboratively in this project, in particular with NACETEM, with Apodissi, and with the Metropolitan College from Greece and us. And I would say that it was fundamental, this process, in order to draft the contextualization part. Then when it comes to several of the parts writing, so let's say doing the dirty job, let's say, more or less the percentage is the one I told you. So we did, let's say 50%, NASATEM 30%, and the other partners 10%.
Okay.
But still, the knowledge elicitation was pretty much collaborative, and it is fundamental, of course, as you say, because you don't know what's going on in that specific context, and you need to know how things are, you know, developing. Sometimes, though, I have to say that local partners are not aware completely. So maybe sometimes you also have to drive them in getting the information that, of course, only them can acquire. But, you know, given the experience in European proposal writing is also this, in not having the right information at hand all the time, but in knowing how also to help your partners, local partners, to achieve it and to get it, which is very important, I think.
Bene, Stefano, grazie. You still have 8 minutes, huh?
Yeah, okay. So just let me finish. Actually, I just wanted to finish with this. So here is the section on project management, where basically you describe the various work packages, the team, as you see here, of the various partners, and then basically you move to the work package description. Oh, of course, there are also risk management, that this is all connected to project management, a description of the overall consortium, and then there is the description of, dissemination, sustainability, and here are the work packages. So there is, you see, a description of each work package that is described in terms of tasks, timing, subtasks. So it has to be very detailed with all the deliverables that are going to be provided from each work package. Okay. Okay, let me move back to my slides. Some experience in budget negotiation. Usually the coordinator has an overall view of the project and the contributions of each partner, as I said. So they come up with a budget distribution, with an initial budget distribution, which is based also on what to expect from partners' contribution, also in terms of expected effort. The partner roles in the project, of course, need to be negotiated. So there has to be, let's say, a confrontation in saying, okay, are you able to do this, or would you be able to do that? Of course, compared to the specific experience of partners, so that there is some negotiation. Management activities, I would say, are always assigned to the coordinator. Dissemination may be assigned to a specialized partner, and this is very important, I would say, especially for Erasmus+, not only, of course, also for Horizon Europe, but dissemination is a critical part in bringing other people, in getting to know what your project is doing, and building additional network also for the future. Okay. The one point is that the person month value is a critical aspect, because it may create some imbalance between African and EU partners, because you know that unfortunately there is a difference in wages amounts, and you know, an average person month in Europe is around 3,500 or 4,000 euros, whereas I got to know that in Africa it might be around 1,000 or even less. Why I'm saying this? Because if there is an amount of person months that is, let's say, particularly average for every partner, the risk is that African partners would have very low budget. But if the budget has to be consistent, then of course African partners are going to have a lot of work in order to get the same amount of budget. Okay, just to make an example, if I'm going to have a 40-person month, sorry, a 10-person month effort, and my person month value is 4,000, I have a budget of 40,000 euros. If the person month of an African partner is 1,000 and they want to get up to 40,000 euros overall budget, then they have to work for 40 person months, which is an imbalance because a European country, a European partner may work for 10 person month and the African for 40 person months. So there is an imbalance that has to be managed somehow following this. Some challenges in joint implementation, and I'm about to conclude, Roberto.
Grazie, Stefano.
This is also connected to what we were saying. Generally, the coordinator does everything, but this can create later problems if the project gets funded due to assumptions from the coordinator that cannot be met by partners, or even for not knowing exactly what is the context. So a shared and collaborative approach in the implementation of the proposal allows every partner to have a common understanding of what will be done. And for this to be achieved, again, you have to start ahead of time, so not start under the expiration deadline. And it is also useful to have frequent working calls with partners and work in a shared environment. Of course, once the project gets funded, for its implementation, a critical aspect is the experience of the coordinator in setting the project rhythm, the project pace, and also a good kickoff meeting where the next month's activities are revised and agreed with a detailed timetable. These are some guidelines on how to draft effective partner presentation, which maybe are useful, but we already discussed them. As you see, general presentation of the partner, include, of course, the PIC number and other administrative info, address the experience in the topics of the call, and also in the specific project topic, include previously funded projects, which is very important in order to show that you have experience, include key stuff, and some initial ideas for your activities in that specific project. Well, this, I would say, is connected to what we have been talking about. So how to assess the quality of concept note. They have to be connected to the call priorities, objectives, and impacts. Very specific in shaping a clear project idea. They need to include a path to achieving the project objectives. So even an initial timetable or graph explaining the project idea. They need to include an initial work breakdown structure with the work packages to describe the implementation process. And they need to include an initial list of already engaged consortium partners. Last slide, matchmaking. This will be also the main topic of my colleague tomorrow, Christian Bioli. But, you know, this was just one slide that he will elaborate on. Usually, to find partners, personal network, also from previous successful project, is important. There is a EU portal where you can include your description as a partner. And by the way, this is a feedback on your personal network. There are some important brokerage events generally held in Brussels or other EU cities. And also something that I experienced as a very useful approach is to search for partners online by looking at similar projects or with needed competencies that have had previous EU project expertise. And this has showed me to be very effective and successful. Thank you.
Bene, Stefano, grazie mille. Concerning the tool of matchmaking, all the portal, we did already a dedicated training on this. So we made real live cases, how to understand all the different functions which are offered by the tender and funding portal. So we did a very dedicated program on this. Stefano, grazie. There is a question from Maruf, and then I give the word to Olushola. Thank you for your time. Maruf first, a very quick. Maruf.
Maruf, you have the floor. Please ask your question.
Clara, could you write to Maruf, because he does not listen to me.
I think he is muted, or or maybe he raised his hand by mistake.
Network.
Well,
Reach out to him.
Never mind. So, well, I mean, this is, I understand, this is an important book about system integration, thinking system. Thank you, Stefano.
Yeah, just some suggested reading, because the systems thinking and system dynamics seem to be very appealing at the moment in Nigeria. So given the fact that I belong to the System Dynamics Society, I took the lead to include one final slide to suggest reading these books, which might really change your perspective on seeing systems.
Bene, Stefano, grazie. I understand that there are many people who wanted to be in touch with you. So I take the liberty to give them your email address.
Absolutely.
And then God luck, and keep us posted just for future. Maruf is there now. Maruf, if you have a question, very quick question, because the next speaker is Mr. Olushola.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Professor Stefano. It's nice, listening to you again. I was just going to ask, how do we strike the balance between this person month, between the African and the European partners? I understand we may also have similar issues when we're putting together the syntax proposal, because looking at the fact that majority of the project will be done in Africa, maybe it will also not be a bad idea to find a balance between, this person month, issue. What's your view? How do we strike balance? Thank you.
That's a question that is not so easy to reply to. I mean, first of all, because my experience with in working with African partners has started just recently. I believe, however, by relying on my project management experience, that this can be done also by relying on some let's say funding schemes that are not focusing too much on effort. So especially the lump sum might smooth out a little bit this aspect. However, of course, it is an issue, and I guess that the only answer that I have is that for the moment being, the formal presence of more people from African organization can help achieve the amount of those person months, let's say, okay, which could be research groups, focus groups, internal, of course, so that you can effectively say, okay, these people worked on the project, and so they took an effort in doing it. But I think this is something that has to be managed, especially by the European Commission, I guess, and not by.
Certo.
Yeah. So just let me finish, Roberto, by thanking you, first of all, for allowing me to be here today. It was very nice to get to know all of you guys. And I'm very happy to see also Mr. Shola from NACETEM, who is the first responsible for bringing me to Nigeria in both occasions. So I also want to thank him personally for allowing me to travel to Nigeria and have this beautiful experience that I had so far. And I hope there will be more occasions in the future. Thank you.
Bene, grazie Stefano, thank you to all, and I give the floor now just to Mr. Shola. I'm happy that he was able just to accommodate the timing just for this training between his busy agenda. Mr. Shola, he is the CEO of NACETEM, which is one of the local partners of the Syntax project run by Stefano. So what is important, I mean, of his presentation is to listen, I mean, all the story of this Erasmus Plus project from the NACETEM point of view. So this is important. Before we have heard all the difficulties, all the pros and cons from the EU side, and now we have the other side of the coin. So which are the challenges and the difficulties to design and to implement a project from the Nigerian point of view. Mr. Shola, you have the floor for 20-30 minutes. Thank you. Clara, could you, I don't see, maybe Mr. Shola cannot hear me because I saw him before.
No, he just needs to unmute now. He needs to unmute. He is connected. It's online.
He's connected.
Now
I send him a message.
it's now
He's
morning,
here. He's
everybody.
here
Are you there? Yes. Yes. Thank you for your time again.
Yes. Thank you very much. I'm happy to be here. And I'm really delighted that Professor Stefano has taken us through the entire presentation of the collaborative project that we embarked upon. And he has basically simplified my work, and I'll just describe the background that is required by all institutions from Nigeria, and just basically describe how our relationship evolved and got to the point where we were able to put together that proposal. But first of all, let me introduce NACETEM. NACETEM is the National Center for Technology Management, and among our functions is to conduct policy research, provide policy advisory, and be a repository of data related to science, technology, and innovation, among other things in the country. And like in any knowledge system, there should be...
Can you activate the slide mode so that
hello,
one can see the slide clearly?
Can you activate the slide mode? We don't have a screen. We don't have his presentation.
Okay. Yeah, if the DG is doing it directly, he can do it from his side.
He can do it, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, can you see it now?
Yes, it's okay now.
Okay, sorry about that. So like I was saying, NACETEM functions in the gamut of the National Science and Innovation System to be the repository of data related to science, technology, and innovation. We conduct surveys, which we call the National Science, Technology, and Innovation Data, which is supposed to support government in data-driven decision-making. And we also analyze policies that relate to science and tech. And essentially, we are the think tank of science and tech, where we look at the issues policy-wise and try to ensure that the system runs and the best decisions are made in the area of science, technology, and innovation in tandem with what happens with other countries of the world. And one of the major things we also do is technology infusion, and this cuts across all sectors of the Nigerian economy. We have the opportunity to be one of the first institutions in the science and technology family to be supported to digitize its operations. So essentially, all our sectors are now being undergoing a transition from the paper-based to the paperless system. And we have a system where everybody from level 12 to 13 all have computers through which they communicate, and we are transitioning rapidly from the paper-based to the paperless system. So in terms of our workflow, we work from the angle of economic development, skills development in education. In the energy sector, we also work on sustainability of transport. In the healthcare, we look at the introduction of ICT into healthcare management, and we try to ensure that new knowledge comes into all of these systems. One of the things we are doing, for example, is to help in the marine sector to transition from diesel power to both liquefied and compressed natural gas as propulsion systems that are cheaper and available within the country, in a way to transition finally to other clean energy methods. So essentially, we cover all sectors of the economy. Now, in terms of relationship with the EU Erasmus and how we came about, there are some institutional requirements for all Nigerian agencies that want to come on board. Fundamentally, the institutions must have a legal status, and it must be able to a PIC number. I hope I'm still audible. There is something called the PIC number that all institutions should have, and the guidelines for getting this is available at the EU portal. Then also very important for any organization that intends to participate in an EU program is to have a fiduciary status that also is transparent and made available. The financial reports for the last 3 years must be available. As a public trust institution, all institutions that want to access funds should show that it's not a black box. And then you have your audited account that is also recognized by the Nigerian, there is a national council responsible for audited accounts that would Financial Reporting Council of Nigeria should endorse those audited accounts and must be available at any time. Then the issues of inclusivity, being gender positive, considering people living with disabilities and vulnerable people should also be considered. Why this is important is that Nigeria, for example, is a country of, well, arguably 200 million people, and the statistics indicate that there are more women in Nigeria, and most things that we do exclude women, meaning that we are doing things half as strong as we can. And for us in ASETEM, it's important that gender inclusion issues are very important to us. And there are quite a number of requirements which have been elucidated by Professor Stefano earlier. But I want to switch gear a little bit and indicate that usually it is nicer for most Nigerian institutions to use models in describing their work. And a model that I'm putting up here was developed somewhere in the US. This is called the ADDIE model, which helps to formulate the thinking. And I think it's better that we have such models in mind when developing our proposals. And I think we did something similar to this when we were communicating with Professor Stefan. Now, when you look back, pull back a little bit and look at the Nigerian educational system, we have a system described as a 6-3-3-4, where you spend 6 years in primary school, 3 years in the junior secondary school, and 3 years in the senior secondary school, and 4 years in university. But in the secondary school education sector, you are supposed to have the opportunity after junior secondary school to go into technical education when you are considered unable to proceed. But that system never really worked. Even though the system still remains, and you have seen spirited efforts to try to correct that, and part of it is the recent experiments by the ministries of education and the associated parastatals. And this did not go well with what obtains in Nigeria. However, the problem still remains that WAEC, which is one of the foundational exams that people take, and JAMB, which is another foundational exam that transitions people to universities, have become like sieves that basically sieve out 70% of those who take those exams. Both WAEC and JAMB have a pass rate of over 30%, meaning that there is a large number of people, and not judging by the number of years that these organizations have existed, you have now created an army of people who have been knocked out of the system, requiring that we should take careful look at their issues. And that is why we are focusing, among other things, on vocational education in NASETEM. Now, in choosing our partner, and just like Professor Stefano mentioned, we have just benefited from long-lasting relationships that have existed between the different staff of NASETEM. Victor Shobanjo was one of the people who contributed to this based on his association with Professor Stefano on systems, dynamics and systems thinking, which we felt was an important ingredient for us to latch onto, and hence our invitation to Professor Stefano, not to just give an online presentation about systems thinking, but to actually visit. And we had this meeting at the African University of Science and Technology, where we gathered together a group of people and we started pointing them towards systems thinking, so that at the end of the day, what will come out is systems-based research. And at this point, I also want to mention one of the clear understanding that I have obtained from attempting to write EU Erasmus applications. And that is that the focus usually are on things that help to strengthen systems rather than do research that gathers data. But most of the things, when you look at youth development, skills,
There seems to be a break.
Yeah.
Choosing partners and looking at eligibility concerns. Usually you want to look at the call, and in that call, usually you get the eligibility requirements and the partner organizations in the European Union that are qualified. And usually the European organization, two of them, one of them will be the lead organization, and the Nigerian partner is not supposed to be just passive and should provide information that will help to strengthen the application. For example, in our own case, we shared information about vocational education training in Nigeria and the weaknesses therefore. We also shared information on data available in education training. So we have applied for 2 grants in recent times. One focused also on vets, because just like I said, there is an army of people who have been developed as a result of the system that we operate. The Joint Admissions and Matriculation Board mentioned that they have a failure rate of about 72%, indicating that, yes, indeed, over the years, they have accumulated an army of people who are excluded from the system. And these people could also be people who transition into vocational education. So that was one of the fundamental reasons why we felt this was important, rather than focusing on higher education that has gotten a lot of support, and especially from the World Bank. We have quite a significant amount of fund available for higher education development. But when it comes to number of people, I think focusing on vocational education, which is faster to achieve and easier to put on the job, and then you can easily measure up to training, certification, and placement within a short span of time and get things going. So partnership requirements, as elucidated earlier, requires that we have a minimum of 3 partners from 3 different countries. And like I said, one of them will be the lead partner who does most of the heavy lifting, whereas the other partners contribute different models to support. The issues have been well articulated, issues of relevance, quality, and sustainability that speak to the quality of the partnership. They are well articulated and described by Professor Stefan. And the only thing to mention here is that the EU language, working language, is English, and it's instructive to ensure that partners meet the eligibility requirements for the call. So in terms of filling the form, our experiences are the following: that you start working on the financials from day one. And once you have started formulating the ideas, you start guessing on what you need to do, because the filling of the form, except that in our own case, we are lucky that we have a very experienced lead organization, and generally the coordinator who understood what it requires for having those numbers together and how to quickly calculate them. So it was easy for us to go through this. Now, another experience that I have in writing proposals is that every headline must be filled, because sometimes the scoring pattern requires that each line has a score. And when you miss one, you have lost opportunity. If, for example, on a scale of 1 to 100, you miss a score line that has 15 score points, you may have lost out. So all of those score points, even if you don't have much to write, just write something so that you can fill that portion. And I also want to advocate using a model, and I'll describe some of the models. And here, I must confess, I'm cheating, because I participated in a training by the EU somewhere in Kenya, where you are taught the Iguchi model of building your grant writing capacity. And I think from there, we learned quite a bit, some of which I'll share as we go forward. In our own case, we developed like a problem tree, which basically we articulated the root causes of what we are trying to solve, which is the unemployability of Nigerian welders in the case of Synapse, and in the other case, non-availability of welders, and that is in green weld. So we had 2 proposals. The first one is on green weld, where we try to introduce welding certification, global welding certification. And our experience is that when we visited an EU program, I think it was a 10th year anniversary, I approached some members of the European Union and most of the owners of these companies owners or industry practitioners are European. But our perception is that most of the vocational education jobs don't go to Nigerians. Even though we have an abundance of resources and all of that, the technical skills usually don't come to Nigerians. So our own study had already initially indicated that most of the welders, the foundry practitioners are actually ornamental practitioners. They are not really trained to work in industry. And we know that this weakness exists. Added to that is the lack of certification, global certification, that allows them to be able to work in industries that are relevant to the existence of Nigeria. We all know that the cash cow for Nigeria is the oil and gas industry, and Nigerians don't participate, and the participation is minimal. And when they have participation, is mainly administrative. Even the engineers are mainly administrative engineers. They are not involved in design and all of that. So we got together with Aprodisi and we approached them and said, please help us, work with us to get a gap analysis of the oil and gas industry so that we understand for welding, where are the gaps? Who is hiring? What level are they hiring? And what quality of certifications are required? So that we can be able to formulate training programs around the training needs and the skills requirements, and then the certification requirements, because we are aware that for welding, for example, you are supposed to have AWS2 as the entry qualification. Most welders don't have that of Nigerian origin, and therefore they are excluded. We also have instances where when job placements are going to be made, because or maybe attributed to this lack of certification and lack of skills, they are not placed into those job opportunities. And we felt we could correct this, and rapidly too, because the number of months you require to obtain AWS2, which is the entry for welding, is low. So Aprodisi did us a gap analysis that was able to provide us with that data. So stemming from that, we decided to work with them to apply for a grant, because we are in the business of shopping for funding to actualize our ideas. And that's what precipitated the first Green Weld Africa proposal, which we are doing in collaboration with Benin Republic, Aprodisi, and 2 other partners as well, I think with Angola. So we hope that with this, we'll be able to create a strength within the vocational training and education sector by taking care of that large army that we have created inadvertently and putting them into technical skills. We also know from World Bank data that the technical schools in Nigeria are supposed to transition between that secondaries, junior and secondary, higher secondary school. The total population is about 10,000 people. And we also found that among these, there was a World Bank project where $200 million was made available for training. And because of the small number of people actually enrolled in technical schools, that program needed to be reorganized. And we are hoping that when this happens, we'll be able to latch on to such programs and collaborate with them to solve this problem of non-employability of this army that we have created. Of course, you also have heard about the Executive Order number 5 and number 3, which came out from the last government of Nigeria, basically trying to improve inclusion and also improve skills availability within the working class. We are hoping, and we are working with partners, especially the National Board for Technology Incubation, to bring about this policy to become not just a written document, but a legislative document, so that we begin to skill people and we also include them in activities. So I will just summarize by, before I go into the model aspects, by talking of the need to develop models that are based on the Gucci model, which I will share, related to these 2 proposals we have submitted. We also need to learn how to develop logical frameworks and apply this in our grant writing. And finally, to get a neutral person to go through the finished proposal. And one idea I usually have is to submit 2 to 3 days before the deadline, so that if there is any error, sometimes you get bounced back when you are trying to submit in the last minute. And we've experienced that a couple of times. they will now blame the internet, blame power, blame everything but ourselves, because we are submitting late. So this is just a model that I'm showing here to describe what I'm talking about, related to the root causes of a particular problem you look at, and then you try to understand what the core problems are and then the effects. When you flip this over, and I'll just use our own examples. In the first proposal, which is the Green World Africa, the issue we focus, which is the core problem, was one of low quality and relevance of welding vocational training in Benin and Nigeria. That is a Green World Africa proposal where Apodisi is the lead. We identified the root causes as inadequate quality of teaching, limited technical skills training, lack of priority or alignment, weak public and private partner, relationship, and gender disparities. I don't know of any woman welder, just by cursory look. Lack of green and safe practices. When we interrogated the welding community, we found that air management system or air management is not even a consideration, nor the safety by using protective equipment is not a major consideration. The issues of power and its utilization are taking up a lot. Then the perception of low TVET enrollment, because most parents would rather their children go to higher education institutions than go to vocational education training. However, when you look at the opportunity side, the vocationally trained people earn more. At least in the oil and gas sector, it is clear. There are those who do underwater welding, who do foundry practice and all of that, earn more than the average engineer whose business is just to ensure that the designs are followed. So even here in Nigeria, the opportunities exist. And from the gap analysis we did with Apodisi, it was clear that there is a shortage that, when projected in the whole economy, could be up to 300,000 people are needed to be welders who are certified, even at basic entry-level welder certification, before you go to supervisor level and all the different intermediates. So there is a huge acute shortage of welders. And when you look at the training requirements, it's just a short period. Usually 300 to 400 contact hours are required to train a conscientious person in a well-organized institution that has all the different equipment requirements. So for us, we put in our budget this year a modicum of beginning, where we have welding education as a center, and later we'll branch into other things like foundry practice and all of that. So having identified the root causes of the problem, we then basically delved deeper. And then we saw the core problem as unemployability. Of course, the effects are, what happens in Nigeria is that people are not welding, they are just stacking. And as a result, these structures don't stand the test of time. Most of the time, when you also look at the requirements, you find that most of the people who are trained as ornamental welders do not have opportunities to actually make products that they can certify. So themselves not being certified, they cannot certify products. And when you use such a model, it helps to contextualize the problem very well. And then you can see how everything branches out and the effects of this. So when you transition this kind of problem tree into an opportunity tree, you now see that the next thing to do, where you talk, for example, on inadequate quality of teaching, you can now see that improving quality of teaching, upgrading the training infrastructure, enhancing gender inclusion, and all of those root causes we have identified can now be opportunities. And this can now form the activities that form those work packages that have been described by Professor Stefano. And then you can now look at the core problem and use that as the goal of the core. And then, of course, the effects could now be flipped over and then you now look at certain objectives. So you could set up certain objectives, but the core goal would be the solution of the core problems. And this is what...
Sorry, Mr. Sola, can I ask a question?
Yes, please go ahead.
Well, I mean, my question is, could you explain to us which were the advantages that NACITEM had in joining this call, not only in financial terms, because you, I mean, NACITEM had a certain share of the budget, but can you explain to us whether are you expecting other advantages in terms of links, confrontational training models, experience with other partners? Because this is, in my opinion, a key questions that we should address.
Yes. First of all, NACITEM's mandate is to train middle and high-level manpower for the Nigerian government in the area of science, technology, and innovation. So by our mandates, we are an institution that is designed to train. Also in our mandate is to infuse knowledge into the system. You know, when you look at any knowledge system, there should be an input supply. So NACITEM is recognized as that input supply for knowledge in our knowledge system. So we are involved in knowledge infusion in different ramifications. Then we have had significant experience in training, both public and private sector. So unlike most institutions that focus on maybe public sector, we are focused on training both public and private sector. So it becomes incumbent on us that our work should, you know, spread out and take advantage of both the public and private sector needs. And the data we have collected over the years, we collect what is called the STI data. This STI data, science, technology, and innovation data, is collated and sent to the National Bureau of Statistics. And we use the same metadata, and we align our data collection with the national data collection. So what we distill from this data we have been collecting now informs most of our requirements for different activities. Like our interest in welding, we know it will lead to the industrialization needs of Nigeria. When, for example, industries are set, we are going to need qualified welders to work there. If you are going to look at the oil and gas, or rather the marine and blue economy, the fundamental skills that are required, among them is welding. So based on the data we have been collecting over the years, based on our own distillation from those data, we are now sure of which areas we can impact in terms of capacity building, development of training programs and certification that are the impediments that we have identified as the root causes of the challenge. So having had advantage of this data that we have been collecting, we are now presenting that we look for partners who can work with us, for example, on vocational and educational training. Layered upon this is the systems idea, that we don't think in systems, and people don't look at systems-based methodology of solving problems. Like, for example, what we are doing on welding has a systems-wide impact. It has impact in the aerospace industry, oil and gas, agriculture, and all sectors of the economy. And we need to build the structures. But the first thing is to have the training programs and certifications that allow first to migrate a larger number of people into the oil and gas industry. I hope I answered your question.
Yes. Well, I mean, thank you so much. We are now almost closing, so I would like to leave some time just from questions just from the participants, if any.
Okay, good. So I'm available for questions, but let me just summarize that similar thing was done for Synapse. And the last thing I want to mention is the monitoring, evaluation, and learning and the fact that we need to have dissemination workshops to ensure that the knowledge is made available. And I also want to enjoin that one of the things NASTEM will want to do is to partner on training of capacity within Nigeria to develop models that basically encapsulates, the thinking, and then we work within the systems dynamics approach to help solve problems better so that the problems are well articulated and the opportunities are well known, so that using such will help to have better opportunities when dealing with European partners. So I think this is a summary, and yes, thank you very much.
Well, I mean, Shola, thank you so much for your time. And again, we do appreciate your availability being the CEO of NASTEM. It is not easy. So thank you so much. Can we share your email with the participants? Because I'm
Sure.
that well, I mean, someone will be interested just in take advantage to you. So again, in a nutshell, what is important of this presentation is a live example of a Nigerian organization who joined and has been awarded just to this call. Thank you again. Clara, if you please could be right in chat the email of Mr. Shola. And
All
we are
right.
starting again at 2:30 sharp with Claire Herman from the European Commission. So thank you, Stefano. Thank you, Shola, for your time, and see you on the screen at 2:30 for Claire Herman sharp. Thank you again. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye, everyone. Thank you.
Bye. Thank you.
Hello, Clara. Hello, Cognitive.
Yes, sir. I'm here, sir. Yes.
Yes, can you just note, I mean, Roberto mistakenly said 2:30, it's 1:30. He's using the European
It's
time.
1:30.
So West
Okay,
African time is
okay.
1:30, not 2:30.
Okay. We'll send it across all our mates.
So that
network.
people can be aware that we are resuming at 1:30.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Okay, I'll do that right now.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
So, DG,
Hello, sir.
thanks for your presentation.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So
Thank you, sir.
I hope you made it available to dig this where we can be able to share it with the participants.
Yes, I will share it.
Yes.
I'll send it by email.
The follow-up.
Yes.
Yeah, we are very pleased that we are able to have the two proposals outgoing.
Thank you so much, sir.
Yep.
We just hope for the best, because the expectations are usually high when we submit those proposals. Our hearts are always in our mouths.
No, we are very optimistic that I mean, we should be able to get a good success from the number of proposals that have been submitted this time around.
No, I think if we latch on, there is quite significant amount of funding available at the European Union. And I think if we work together among ourselves, there should be more workshops on how to onboard more organizations,
Yes.
onto this opportunity.
Yeah, that's why your presentation is very important, because when we met in between November and now, it's such a short time.
Yes.
And that is wonderful that you have been able to put this proposal together. So people, I think they will have learned now that when you form a group, working generally, then when a call comes, the idea will come and then you can quickly put the idea together. But people just think of writing proposal before they think of partnership, which is flipping it the other way around.
It doesn't work that way.
Yeah.
Considering the fact that the deadline is always very short.
Yes, and most often what is expected is that you are latching on to known networks. You will have had a network, you will have had some partners, you will have had a working relationship, and that's instructive, because we are doing something else on artificial intelligence. We actually brought the professor from Wentworth University to Nigeria because I felt it was important for us to build that ecosystem based on our own knowledge. So we worked on trying to get all the Nigerians in diaspora to come together and let us have a true artificial intelligence community. If you look at biotech has suffered because advocacy is now ahead of the science, to the extent where once you mentioned biotech, the first thing that comes to mind is GMO. And the next thing is all those stories about GMOs. Whereas the technology, the knowledge that is required, Nigeria is very lacking in those things, and we need them. For example, sickle cell has been treated successfully in the US using CRISPR technologies. We don't have any CRISPR competencies in Nigeria. Whole genome sequencing is being used to identify diseases and trace products right to the origin. We don't have those competencies in Nigeria, and we keep focusing on the wrong things, and the advocacy has overwhelmed biotech. I don't see progress for biotech in the next few years, and the same thing may happen to artificial intelligence if the wrong approaches are emphasized, and we'll now find a situation where all our experts will become nothing if we don't have policies, that. So there's a lot going on, that is worrisome, that keeps some of us awake.
Okay.
Thank you so much, sir.
So actually, thank you very much.
Yes.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Really helped.
Thank you, madam.
Dr. Odusoya, I will follow up with you with the mail. I'll send the mail to you soon. Okay, you are muted. I can't hear you. What did you say?
Oh, sorry about that. Please send a mail, and I tried to respond to the general mail you sent, but we got knocked out somehow.
Okay, I will send another mail to you now.
Okay.
Thank you very much, sir.
It was the show when. So
the network is not generating the receipt for now. It was in my phone. The money has entered. The receipt to generate the receipt is generate the receipt.
Okay, so would you mind availing us a copy of your presentation so we can share with the participants alongside with your email address?
okay, I'll do that right away.
Thank you. All right, thank you very much.
thought we were supposed to reconvene by 1:30.
Yes, we're supposed to reconvene by 1:30. Let me.
Roberto, thank you for inviting Shola. That was a very, very insightful presentation. Particularly, hey, you are talking, your line is, you are muted. Roberto, you are muted.
Okay. I hope Roberto was saying we convene at 2:30. That's Central European time.
That was,
European
it was
time,
supposed to
CET.
be Nigerian.
So, Clara, can you share keep the next presenter? Okay, I think she's already in. Claire Herman, I can see.
Claire.
She's
Claire
already.
is the next presenter, sir.
CH.
Oh, she's here. Please.
Yeah.
Oh,
The
hello.
last name on the screen. Okay, Claire is. So, bonjour,
You are
monsieur.
muted. Oh, yes. Okay.
Hello, thank you to everybody. Claire, good
Good to see you.
afternoon.
Good afternoon. I think we're just waiting for Roberto now to.
Well, I mean, I'm
get
ready
back
here.
in.
Hello,
Roberto
Claire.
is here.
Can you hear
Okay,
me?
so yeah,
Yes.
so you can go ahead straight away so that we don't lose much
Okay,
time.
Michael, we are starting the second session of this afternoon. The speaker of the last session of this afternoon is Claire Herman. She was for the European Commission DG Culture, and she will speak for more or less half an hour. And the subject is overview of Erasmus Plus opportunities open to Nigeria. Claire, you have the floor.
Okay, good afternoon. So indeed, I'm working in the European Commission in the DG General Directorate responsible for education, youth, sport and culture, and more specifically in the unit on international cooperation, and working mainly with Sub-Saharan Africa. So I will use, if you allow me, some a presentation to make things more easy to follow, I hope.
Yeah.
If you could tell me if you can see my screen.
Yes.
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 Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So the first things that I would like to say is that our activity in Sub-Saharan Africa are very much linked to the policy priorities linking our two continents, Europe and Africa, which were expressed duly by our leaders, policy leaders, back in 2022 during a European Union, African Union summit, where the cooperation between universities, student mobility were clearly set at priorities. I would like also to say that what I will tell you now is only a small part of what the European member states are doing on themselves. And so the European Union is a kind of association of European countries, but be aware that cooperation between higher education systems is already also supported through cooperation between individual EU member states and African countries. So I put here on this slide a link to a website which is called Study in Europe, which we are feeding, where you will be able to see a lot of what the EU member states, the 27, are offering for cooperation, for international cooperation in the higher education field. So, and the last point I wanted to make is that you are all located in Nigeria. Be aware that beyond Erasmus Plus, there are also several education projects running directly managed by the European delegation the European Union delegation in Abuja. So there you will find also some useful information and potential opportunities for collaboration. So now let's move to Erasmus Plus itself. So I won't go into details now, but you know that it's a program which exists in Europe since more than 35 years now, which has fostered cooperation between the European countries themselves in higher education, but also in school education, in all levels of education. And a decade ago, or a little bit more, we received some extra funding to open some of the activities of Erasmus Plus in Europe to non-European countries. So the aim of what I will be telling to you is what kind of activities of the Erasmus Plus program in Europe, which is much bigger, if you want, or covering more area, but part of this program is open to cooperation between European and African universities and education bodies in general. So this is the world as we see it from the Erasmus Plus perspective. So you see in blue the 27 EU member states and also some non-EU member states like Iceland or Turkey or Norway, which are not formally part of the Erasmus Plus program. However, they pay an entry ticket, a contribution, to be able to participate in the program, so that from our point of view, it is part of the Erasmus Plus program countries, core countries. And all the rest of the world in yellow are potential partners to this 27 plus 6 European countries not formally part of the European Union. So it means that Nigeria under Erasmus Plus can collaborate with Turkey, for example, or Norway. So what is available for Nigeria as a cooperation supported by the Erasmus Plus program? So it's mainly in the higher education field. I will explain in more details through 4 main types of actions. But we also have opportunities in vocational education and training, and even since more recently in what we call non-formal education, so targeting youth organization, but also higher education institutions. So let's look at the budget split. We have a budget of around 580 million euros over the period 2021 to 2027. You see that it's more than 1/4 of what we do in the world. So half of the budget goes to the countries closer to the European Union, like the Western Balkan, neighboring East or South Mediterranean countries, but Sub-Saharan Africa was allocated also an important part of the budget. And you see as well on this screen that how this 580 million are split between different types of activities. So half of the budget goes to the support of mobility, and half of the projects more on cooperation projects. I will explain which types of projects. So let's focus for the first part on the opportunities open to higher education institutions. So the first activity is called International Credit Mobility. It represents half of the budget I just mentioned. And what it is in practice, there are 2 to 3 years projects linking a European and an African university, which are willing to organize together short-term mobility for their students and their staff. So staff in the broad sense, so it's not only teaching staff, but it can be also administrative staff. For example, people working in the international relations department of university. And this type of projects are based on interinstitutional agreement through which the 2 partners agree on which type of mobility they will implement. And importantly, these kind of projects are coordinated by the European partner. So it's the European university being in the lead. It means that they apply, but will rely on your input to present a successful application to their national Erasmus Plus agency. So what activities do they implement together? So it's mobility of students or staff. For the students, it's between 2 and 12 months. For staff, it's between 5 days and 2 months. It's in both directions, so from Africa to Europe and in the opposite direction. All levels of studies are covered, so it can be mobility at bachelor or at master or even at PhD level. So you could imagine to organize the mobility of PhD students for a limited period of time. So not for, and I will insist on that, it's not a degree mobility. So the students don't go abroad for a full degree, but for a period of time, a semester or 2 semesters, to European universities or in the opposite direction. And the aim is really to get some knowledge of course, related to the course they are following, but also to be emerged in a new higher education system. And then they go back home with credits which they have acquired abroad, which can be recognized in their home institution. There is no limit in the subject or academic discipline. And also be aware that this mobility can be for studies, but also for a traineeship. So your students could go only for study or even combined with a traineeship, for example. So this is the first type of activity which Erasmus Plus is offering. The second action are called Erasmus Mundus Joint Masters. So there, the logic is a little bit different because we are looking at really excellence. So they are Erasmus Mundus Joint Master are excellent master courses offered by a consortium of at least 3 full partners, universities from at least 2 European countries. The African institution can be a partner in this joint master. They can be associated partner as well. So with different degrees of involvement. They can even be coordinator, but I would not advise to begin a cooperation with as a coordinator because it's a quite heavy projects to be put in place. So it's better to access this action as a partner the first time. The aim is very different from the first action I described. Is really to attract the best students worldwide through scholarships. So the EU funding is a combination of a grant to the consortium organizing the joint master and some funding to fund scholarships of students worldwide. The duration of the projects are 6 academic years, so 4 editions at least of the joint master. And the students are very lucky to be selected because then they will have the chance to study in at least 2 countries during their 1 or 2 years, more usually a master program. And so the students can come from everywhere in the world. So they are in competition, in a worldwide competition. The third action we are funding under the Erasmus Plus program for higher education institutions are the so-called capacity building for higher education projects. Here, the aim is not mobility anymore, but more the deeper cooperation between European and African institutions. For example, to develop and adapt curricula, or to support university and enterprise cooperation, to work on the upskilling of staff, to reform the governance and management at your university or even national level, and to foster globally the internationalization of your universities. So the applicant can be in Europe or in an African countries. It can be, and there has to be 2 European countries involved to ensure the European added value. But these kind of projects can either focus on several universities in Nigeria or combining universities from several African countries or even beyond Africa. So, and we are very strict on the balance of the partnership to be sure to involve not more Europeans than Africans. So there must be the number of European universities involved should be lower or equal to the number of African partners. And finally, the fourth action, which is open to higher education institution in Nigeria, are the so-called Jean Monnet actions, which are very more modest, if you want, project, but easier to access, through which a university focus on the European integration studies. So we are supporting the teaching content and implementation of subjects relating to the European Union subjects. So it can be the EU trade policy, for example, or EU law, or EU history, integration history, and so on. I don't go into detail, but there are 3 levels of funding through which a teacher can commit to teach either 3 years with a minimum 40 hours teaching per year, a chair, a little bit more, a center of excellence where several teachers working on this subject can collaborate and be supported for teaching EU matters. And I just for this action give an example because we have a few African Jean Monnet projects, and this is a very good one which is implemented in your country. So that could be an inspiration of what university can do with these small, easier to access projects. Voilà, and I will finish this part by giving you some statistics about how the Nigerian universities already participate in these different actions from 2022 to 24. So you see, for example, for capacity building in higher education, you have selected 8 projects selected involving Nigeria. And for Jean Monnet, it's more limited, but we have 3 1 project selected and 2 networks. For the international credit mobility, the project selected over the last years led to the approval of around 373 exactly mobility flows, so mainly from Nigeria to Europe, but also around 1/3 in the opposite direction. And the Erasmus Mundus joint masters, you see that there are some selected joint masters involving Nigerian universities, 5 of them. So now I would like to go maybe a little bit quicker on the other actions open to Nigerian organizations beyond the purely higher education sector, but maybe it will be of interest for you. I will explain why. The first one is the capacity building in vocational education and training. This is an action which was created back in 22 through on the model of what we have been doing in the capacity building in higher education field. So the logic is very similar, but the target group is are the vocational education and training organizations at all levels. So that's why I am presenting you this action, because maybe some of you universities have also a vocational education department or programs which may be interested by this action. We also impose to have a VET provider, vocational education training provider at secondary level in the projects consortium as well, at least one. And again, the same logic to have 2 European countries involved and either several organizations of one African countries, so Nigeria, for example, or a combination of cooperation of different institutions from the African side as well. The only big difference is the level of funding, which is a little bit smaller. And the second difference is the fact that the coordinator has to be located in Europe. For the capacity building higher education, both African or European can be coordinator. It's a new action, so we wanted first to test it with the European side, but this is really an action aimed at supporting the relevance, the accessibility, and the adequacy of VET skills to the labor market needs. Another action which is also open to higher education institutions, either alone or with youth organizations. So that could be also an activity interesting for you if your university is willing to collaborate also with the local communities and NGOs or people involved in the skilling of young people, be there in the university or not on higher education, but still willing to learn and improve their skills. And this action is supporting virtual exchanges under Erasmus+. These projects are supporting the development and implementation of online people-to-people activities to promote intercultural dialogue, but also to gain some skills without physical mobility. And it's also, of course, improve the language skills of the young people because they will be in contact with other countries and willing to collaborate under these projects. So it can be easily integrated in non-formal education projects or even higher education courses. Again, for this kind of projects, the applicant has to be located in Europe. And the very last action I wanted to present is the capacity building in youth. Here may be less of interest for your organization, but be aware that it exists. We opened it only under this 25 call with the same or similar objective to foster international cooperation between organizations active in the youth or non-formal education field. Again, we have a consortium combining, it's a little bit less strict, so one organization from one European countries with minimum 2 organizations from 2 different African countries. Voilà. And the project coordinator has to be located in Europe. So that's a very rapid overview of all the opportunities open to institutions. If I forgot to show you some statistics on capacity building in vocational education and training. 9 running projects involving Nigeria have been selected. So it's a new action, but they are already competitive projects which were selected involving Nigeria. And the same for virtual exchanges. It's already used, and we see an increase over the years of the number of projects selected involving Nigeria. 7 of them are running now. So if we take now the perspective of individuals, just a summary, if you want to communicate towards your students and staff, so in green, the international credit mobility, you understood for staff and students, which I presented at the beginning, is open to your students, but it implies that your universities are selected under ICM, International Credit Mobility Project. This is not the case for the Erasmus Mundus Master Scholarships, full degree, this one, where your students can apply on their own. They don't need you if you don't need your institutions to apply. And I put the link to the catalog existing where you have a list of Erasmus Mundus joint masters offering scholarships, and your students can apply. I must say that it's a very competitive scheme, but until now, Nigeria is the front runner in Africa because it seems to be already known by your students. So it's a call to you all to complement this offer, which is very, as I say, competitive with a small number of students, and to also mobilize this international credit mobility component, which not only benefits your students and staff, but you institution as an institution as well, because it implies to have a partner in Europe to organize these exchanges, one partner or more, of course, and also a call to involve your students in these Erasmus Plus virtual exchange projects. So these are the statistics. So you see here that now the Erasmus Mundus Masters scholars are I did a mistake here. I mixed up the two. I will correct this one. But in any case, be aware that the no, it's okay. The students, as I said, around 1,380 staff and students mobility will be organized between Europe and Nigeria, or are in the process of being implemented. And for Erasmus Mundus joint masters, we have every year a quite high number of scholarships allocated to Nigerian students. Now I will close this presentation by giving you some advice and on how to get informed and how to apply or participate in these different activities. This slide, I think, is maybe the one you have to recall. It's the list of activities, actions I already presented to you. In red also, if your institution can be only partner or applicant and partners and also the timeline if you want. So the next call, so the call 2026 will be published in November 25, and the deadline for application is usually between February and April of the following year, so 26. Be careful, I can't give you now the dates, exact dates of the deadlines, because they are only public when we publish the call in November 25. But usually it's in February, March, early April for some of the actions. So it means that even if it seems far away, don't wait for the publication of the call. You can already refer to the Erasmus Plus program guide of this year, because there won't be big changes. So it's already the moment to look for partners and to begin to reflect on what you will be doing together, and to work in advance, not waiting for the end of the year, where we are all very busy and the time will be too short to produce a good quality application. So I was asked by the organizer of this information session to to speak a little bit about the way the applications are assessed, because these different actions are open to competition. So it means that it has to be very clear on your side on how the applications will be assessed. So if we go for the international credit mobility, so for the mobility projects which are coordinated by the Europeans, when you will have found your partners, or you already have some partners in mind with whom you would like to organize mobility of your staff and students. So remember that the European universities, for this action, every year they have two different application forms, if you want, one for organizing mobility in Europe and one for organizing mobility with countries in the world. So imagine a university in Paris, they will have, they will put in their international credit mobility action, maybe 20 students mobility with Nigeria in this direction, 5 in the other one. Then they will apply also for mobility with Brazil and with, I don't know, Indonesia. So your part will be small, but it's very important. The French organization, in this case, a university, will ask for your input to make a good quality application and be convincing to be sure to be selected. So what are the quality criteria, the award criteria which are used is the quality and design of the cooperation arrangements. So you have to be well aware with your partner in Europe on how you will organize the mobility, how you will select the participants, how will you support them when they will be in your institution, how you plan to recognize their mobility period abroad. This kind of elements are very important to ensure the quality and the chance to be selected. Again, the second criteria your application will be will be assessed on is the relevance of the strategy you have. Why is it important for your university to organize such mobility project? How do they fit to your priorities, to your internationalization strategy? And to present the area, the subject on which you will be collaborating with the European partner. And also, to a lesser extent, but still, the third award criteria is on impact and dissemination. So to explain the impact, or to anticipate the impact of the mobility on the participants, on your organization, or even on your local economic context, and to describe also the measures you will take to disseminate the results of this mobility. So all of these elements are important and will be asked by your European partner before submitting its application to have chance to be selected. If you need more details, you can follow the link indicated in red on the screen, where we have a handbook for participating organizations. And now if we move to the second big type of activities, which are the cooperation projects, actions. Here again, you have award criteria, which are quite similar for capacity building in higher education, Erasmus Mundus, or in vocational education and training. So usually it's the same kind of evaluation criteria. So the relevance of the project, why does it make sense for your institution, the quality of the project design. The third one is on the quality of the partnership and cooperation arrangements. And the fourth one on impact and dissemination. And I can't go into details now, but I would like to stress a few usual weaknesses which lead to the non-selection of the projects. Be aware that we have a limited budget, so it means that you really have to collaborate very closely with the European partners to co-design the application. And I can tell you that the assessor, the expert assessing the the application, they very quickly see if it's a draft project written only by the European side, because the needs analysis of the African partners' needs is not very convincing when it's done like that. So be aware that this needs analysis is not part of the project. It has to be part already of the application. So this work has to be done before the application. And it's not only a description of the needs, it's really an analysis using statistics, using really convincing data on why the needs, on why this project, on how the project will be able to answer the needs identified. Sometimes also there is no logical link or weak one between the objectives, the work program, the deliverables, and the resources, human resources you will put in it. Sometimes the methodology is not clear enough. Sometimes the applicants say that it's an innovative way to tackle a problem, but in fact we are not really see how we don't see really how the innovative part is described. Very often there is no enough expertise to reach too ambitious goals, or the resource allocation among activities and partners is not very well defined or is unbalanced. And also on the communication dissemination, it remains too vague. So this, be aware, keep in mind all these elements when you are drafting, co-designing your application. To finish, because I'm very long, just a reminder that all over the world that we have appointed, or we are working with a network of what we call the National Erasmus Plus focal points in the African, Latin American, Asian countries. So you already have one in Nigeria, so use her for when you need the information or you would like to link better with European partners. You can also use the African Students and Alumni Forum, ASAF, gathering students and staff also who have benefited from Erasmus Plus, Erasmus Mundus, Erasmus Plus International Credit Mobility, Erasmus Mundus Joint Master Degrees, but also other EU-funded programs in Africa. And I will finish with linking, putting some links. I will share, of course, my slides after the presentation, where you can find a video to communicate on the program for people in a hurry, or you can look at recorded training session. I would advise to use them as well. And to use the program guide, Erasmus Plus program guide, only when you are familiar with the activities, not to be scared by this big document. It's a big document because it's covering actions for the Europeans and the one open to Africa, but it's much broader than what you would use. So you first have to be sure of what actions you would like to use before diving in the program guide. This is an advice. And also, I would really encourage you to look at the Erasmus Plus project database, because it can inspire you. All the projects selected are there in Europe and in Africa. So voilà, I did the first search for you for Nigeria, where so if you click on this link, you will have the list of running projects involving Nigeria. So it could be also an interesting source of information and inspiration for you. Well, I stop here. I'm open to questions if you have some, and I thank you for your attention.
Yes, well, I mean, Claire, thank you so much for your time. I just would like just to link your presentation with some of the questions the participants asked this morning. There are many questions asking whether, as an individual, Nigerian can participate in some of the measures supported by Erasmus Plus. And you already provided some of the answers when you said that there are some measures which are only for organizations. There are other measures which are available for individual, provided that the organization are already part in Erasmus. And you mentioned also Erasmus Mundus, which is open for individuals. So the gentleman who this morning asked this question, now he has a very important answer to this. Then you mentioned the issue of the national focal point. In the previous courses we organized, we underline which are the focal points. So everybody should be aware who is the focal point at the Federal Ministry of Education. This morning we presented some examples of Erasmus Plus project funded in Nigeria. And so what we had a presentation from the European coordinator and from the local partner, which is in Nachetem, where we heard just from Mr. Scholl. This is a comment. I don't know if there are any questions from the participants.
Yeah, okay, Roberto, thank you very much. Very many thanks to Claire for this, very important and very clear presentation. Just as you have noticed, I've looked at some of the questions that were raised in the morning, and it's just as if Claire had looked at the questions because she has provided answer. As you said, on individual participation, on those who want to study for postdoctoral, those who want to do their PhD. I think the guides are already there. So thanks that it's going to make the presentation available, and they should be placed on the website, and participants we have the opportunity to be able to have access to this and use it as a guide for themselves generally. What is very clear is that the scope is very wide, and so people have to be determined to take some pain themselves to seek for the information, and they will get it. So thank you very much. This has been a very, very useful session, and I hope that participants will be very glad that they've been given this opportunity. So that's just my comment now as we are trying to end up.
Thank you very much, sir. I can see Ngozi Akpala Okoro Afro is raising her hand. So
Ngozi, sorry, could you
ask your
switch on
question?
your camera, please?
Yeah, Ngozi, can you put on your camera?
Ngozi. Yeah.
And position your camera very well so you can see. Aha, good, better. So quickly, your question or comment? You are muted, so you have to unmute so that we can hear what you are saying.
Clara, could you send a message to Ngozi?
Unmute, Ngozi.
All right.
Okay, I've asked that to unmute. I hope she will.
Okay,
Okay.
Ngozi.
Okay.
Right. The question I have to ask is concerning NCPs. I tried registering as an NCP on the platform. For it's more than more than a month now. My name still does not appear there. So I don't know how else to go about it.
You have to take that off with Cognity. Cognity program manager is declaring to give you the codes that you will need to be able to access the registration, panel.
Okay.
So just discuss this with Cognity and to be sorted.
All
It's
right.
noted, sir.
Prof, I think his recommendation comes from you. Prof, you are the one to recommend to Cognity. So if you recommend, then we begin the process.
No problem. That's what I'm saying. That
And
the
that's what
procedure
it's
should be
doing
followed.
now, sir. Yes,
It
sir.
used to be the former. She was the one we appointed. We had already appointed her to do the clearance and facilitate.
I'm
So
surprised.
whoever is the manager assumes that position.
Prof, so what do I do?
Your committee will sort this out.
I will take it. We'll take it up, ma'am. So I will get your email address. Then we communicate, ma'am.
Okay, Ngozi, so, well, I mean, please, if you have a question which is relevant to Claire, please make it. This kind of technical question will be dealt on a bilateral basis.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, I didn't know where else to ask this question. That's why I brought it up here. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ngozi. Any other questions just from the other participants? No, well, I mean, there are no other questions. So if this is the case, we can close our today workshop. And I would like to thank Claire.
Just, sorry, just a short comment.
Michael.
In case Claire will want to shed some light. People who talk, I mean, because Stefano also mentioned this in the morning to the question that some of them will be indirect. For example, somebody who is talking about postdoctoral affiliation. This has to be through the other actions. For instance, if there is a project ongoing, it is possible to work out a small period of exchange within the project. So this may not be direct. It will be possible only when you're already associated, either in a project or in some other programs that are available. Just to let people know that there are several ways by which they can realize their ambition.
Yeah, so I think in the morning you had also a presentation of Marie Sklodowska-Curie action, no?
No.
Ah,
no.
okay.
This morning we had only a presentation of a project who was
Okay,
submitted to the call of Erasmus VET.
Okay. So for postdoc exchanges, then I would advise to look at another program which is called Marie Sklodowska-Curie Action under the research program, where you have support for full doctoral studies, for a full doctoral PhD. And also some possibilities to have staff exchanges at postdoctoral level. So this is more the research part of the EU support you can get. So I would advise you to look at these opportunities. Under Erasmus+, if you have postdoc, post-PhD people who are also teachers and working in the universities, you can still consider them as staff and use the credit mobility support, but it will be more modest in terms of funding and also in terms of period. So it will be shorter, because for staff it's up to 2 months. So you could imagine to use it, maybe to use a facility, a laboratory facility, or to do a short training, or to teach even abroad. Voilà. So this could be used, but if you want something more structural, then I would advise to go more under the Horizon Europe and this action, which is called Marie Sklodowska-Curie. So that would be, I think, better. But still, well, be aware that Erasmus Plus can be used for staff, for PhD, also candidates for a short mobility. So not for a full degree, but a short mobility. So it's up to you and your partner in Europe to decide which tool is the more adequate for your needs.
Thank you.
Bene, if there are no other questions, thank you, Claire, for your time. I understand that your agenda is very busy, and
This
so
week is a little bit crazy, but I'm happy. I will share with you the slides so that you can disseminate among the participants.
okay,
Yeah,
bene,
thanks for that.
grazie. So, well, I mean, thank you to all. We start again tomorrow at 10:15 Watt,
10:15.
West African time. Okay?
Goodbye. Good
Okay.
afternoon. Yeah.
Thank you.
Bye-bye. Bye.
Bye. Thank
Bye.
you.
So, Mike,
Bye-bye.
thank you again, and thank you, Clara, for your
Thank
support.
you very much. Thank
Bye.
you. Bye.
Okay.
Ciao, Mike.
Okay, Roberto. So we'll see you again tomorrow.
Tomorrow.
Have a lovely day, the rest of your day.
Thank you very much for your time, sir.
Ekuche, Prof.
Okay, Ayo. So
Here you are just showing your face. Roberto requested everybody's face to be seen.
he was hiding under cognitive before, isn't it?
We are finding every cognitive member that did not show their face. So, Madam Ngozi, please send your detailed things that.
Yeah,
But
this
it's
will
a
be.
process.
I think
This is
I
one.
can get her details from Samuel. She has been communicating with Samuel.
Okay, you know, it used to be. What's her name now? That we appointed to coordinate this. Who had left? So Clara, we have to. Okay.
I'll follow up on that.
We need to.
Okay, thank you very much, sir.
Okay. Actually.
Thank you, Prof.
So,
Thank you.
tomorrow.
Samuel.